Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do? Hi, chat. Chat, the dream is dead. Know what I found out yesterday? And it's also been made clear by the updated description. I thought, right? This was 3 instances of electro damage, then 2 instances of damage, and it was 3 of these plus 2 of these. That is not the case. In reality, this is just talking about the total number of hits. And the individual hits are always this, with the last one being this. In other words, when you get 3 instances, it's 2 of the 27s plus this. And if you get 5, it's 4 of the 27s plus this. So, basically, the burst has 170 less motion value than I thought it did. Which is a massive difference. Yeah. It's completely cooked. Like, it's actually so cooked. Cooked, so he's essentially dog shit. Where did that even come from? Is that from people saying Skirk is essentially dog shit without his Scaffier? Do you regret pulling an Effa? No. I pulled an Effa before I even realized that there could be situations the big burst would be worth using. And unironically, like, even with this, you still use the big burst sometimes. It's just not as good. Engulfing Lightning is now about as good as Jadewing Spear, instead of being his second best weapon. And Fav is now worse for his personal damage than Shovel. Although, I'm pretty sure Fav is still better on him, because it allows Inefa to go a weapon that isn't Kitane. How are we supposed to out-heal the Moonfly with the best in slot Flins team? You're not. You replace your Hydro slot with a healer. That's what you're supposed to do. Use Barbara. Use Kokomi. Use Sijuin. Use Farina.
armed and ready.
Is Free to apply Hydro in healer mode? No, but you don't need to stay in healer mode. You just need to heal to full HP once.
You asked for it. Stronger.
Rat from the sky. Is my Yanzon on Fab right now? You have a special place in my heart. Hey, with a prime cookie with cookies. Question about Llama. Flat damage from talents in C2 to blooms is added at the end, right? Yes, it is.
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash. Pyroclastic surge.
Sorry if this is a stupid question. It is. Frick you. But how does Llama compare to Emily in Kenichi teams? Oh god. No, it's not a stupid question, actually. Oh, no. I don't... No. Were we using Llama and Kenichi? Because Llama shreds 25% Dendro resistance, and Emily's really bad. Oh no. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh. Oh, no. Stop it.
I pray you will find peace. Hands where I can see 'em. Quick as a flash. Wrath from the sky. Kapow! Charge! Okay, now slam! Heads up!
Wait. Ew. Not it. That's not it at all. Okay, Next, let's do our Lakino. We're gonna hope that our healing happens before we get hit. Because I don't want to die.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? Is it my turn now? Now that's more like it. Heads up! Hero incoming! With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of courage.
No.
beginning.
All right. Will this be a 3? I want to see a 3. It would be nice to see a 3. Not a 3, but a pre-lock. Ooh. EM main stat instructor piece that's a 3-liner with ER is actually kind of goated. Why the fuck is this pre-locked? That's not okay. Like, what do you mean, dude? Let's see how this goes. I'm actually really curious. Come on. ER. No. GG. I'll take it, though. We had a ×5, too, so it wasn't that expensive to level. Chat! Do I do this with Versa or with Skirk? I want to do it with Versa. Look at the Skirk character.
Justice will prevail. Control breathing. On. Burn it down. Light of the blazing. Justice o'clock. Hero incoming. Justice o'clock.
King and Queen should present a united front.
Final warning. Quick as a flash. Light it up. Wrath from the sky. Time. Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is she doing? Why is my camera? Dude, what was that? Actually, what the fuck did you... What the fuck was that? No, that's not... What?
Stop right there. Stronger. Rise with the sun. Light of the blazing sun. Time.
It is time to slay our foes with one all.
This calls for some pomp and ceremony. The final act is upon us.
Soon.
Oh, whatever, man.
Burn it down. Justice o'clock.
Dude, what was that? It would not let me move my camera to look at the queen. Bro, I didn't know that king was so possessive he wouldn't even let other men look at his queen, man. But my bad, bro. Sorry. 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 I'm so sorry. Okay, listen, I'm so sorry. Oh well. This is gonna be another pathetic pre-lock, isn't it? Tell me Loma's mad so I don't second guess about pulling for her. I'm sorry, Arnold. I wish I could. I wish I could.
Stop right there.
I'm bad, man. When did you want to do the review thing again? I forgore.
Add Astra.
Will you calc Lomic in each teams? I don't want to. Next decision reset. Okay. Back. This. Why was there an exclamation mark here? None of this is new. What? Dude! Look at the amount of plus 16 force artifacts I have. Stupid game. Stupid game! Whatever. Alright, chat, today might be the day we get 36 on the second account, chat. Unless you also want to do by Abyss free. I mean, I'm down whenever for whatever. Alright, chat. So, is today the day for these? It is! Nice. Okay. Long. I don't know my Abyss yet if you have time today. I mean, I do. But I wonder what exactly we should do. Let me think about it for a little bit. I'm gonna spend my resident and then I'll think about it more thoroughly.
Rain outlines your pyroclastic surge.
The player that's get most of the Nalan units except Mawika, which is better to get for me? Seat Lali now or wait for Shilonen rerun? Okay, so Shilonen is a fairly versatile unit that isn't that important to any team. Seat Lali is much less versatile, but instead is more powerful in her teams. However, if you don't have Mawika, that's Seat Lali's best team, right? So that's at least one good Seat Lali team that you're clearly not gonna have. Yeah, the fact that Nod cries. Oh my god. The fact that Nod Cry seems to be moving away from damage percent buffers is pretty bad for Shilonen, though. So, I'm not too confident in Shilonen staying all that versatile at least in the near future. Phil Sujin is more entertaining because of 36 Debris Abyss, whereas Sujin is a toss-up. But I've never had an overall account review done. Okay. What we could do is Because I don't think I can really commit to a, like, proper full account review today. Since... Look at all the... All the Flins stuff I gotta calc and yap about. But I also feel like if I do just like an Abyss clear on your account, I'm kind of gonna be spoiling myself for the actual review that we do later. Which is why I'm not entirely sure what I want to do.
Let me read your verse. Rain, help protect us. Wrath from the sky. There you are, Eve.
What is Barbara doing? TDDS. We still need more. Bro used sucrose. How I wish I could do the very thing you're suggesting, my friend.
Let the show begin. Pyroclastic surge. There you are.
Top 8 female characters in Tap Tap contest still going strong round 2. What does that mean? Popularity contest with fictional characters versus very popular IRL celebrities. I see. I don't think this is an IRL celebrity, though. I'm gonna be so honest with you right now. Is that the fucking girl from Bang Dream? It is. Both of these are. That's crazy. VTuber, maybe no. This is an anime character. I don't really understand why this fucking loser would be at like 30% of the votes, and this one is at like 10%. No. That I do not understand. I don't remember either of their names, because let's be so for real right now. But I remember I liked this character a lot more than this character. Because Hu Tao is popular as hell. Yeah, but Hu Tao's boring, man. Listen.
There you are, Eve.
What?
Control breathing. Start the clock. Let me read you a verse. Rain, help protect us.
Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, the sort of people who know both of these characters but would vote for Hu Tao are the same as the sort of people who would much prefer this character. Bang Dream Maigo is popular as fucking China? Is it? But then why is she so low? Whatever. I know. It's because characters that aren't just like, ooh, haha, I'm so cute and quirky, and that have actual, like, compelling characterization, don't tend to be as popular. I know that's why. I know that's why. Okay? But still. But still. Women with personality? Ew. True. To be fair, she's not that boring. Ave Mujiko wasn't as well received. Personally, I thought it was better. Although no, you're right. It kind of did get lost in the song. I think the vibes, the aesthetic, the music, and the characters in Ave Mujika are all better. But the plot is not it. They get lost in the sauce, dude. Like, my god, do they get lost in the fucking sauce. But yeah, they get so fucking lost in the sauce with the multiple personality bullshit, man. It is not it. He took a risk. Bangry never had a plot as dark as that. Yeah, but like, it's not really about the risk, right? Like, the reason why it fell flat for me isn't because it flew too close to the sun. It's because... How do I explain this, actually? It wasn't the themes that, like, didn't resonate. It was just the execution. Like, yeah, for those of you that are like completely lost right now, we're talking about an anime called Ave Mujika. And
Exploration and trials.
shut up, Malika. It follows the story of a girl who makes a conceptual symphonic, I don't know how you say this word, man. Whatever. Metal band. Um, to like try to take control of her life back, basically, after basically everything in her life went wrong. And the themes the story addresses are interesting. And the vibes and the aesthetic of the show are actually, like, immaculate. But there's one character that is just so awfully written that it brings the whole show down by, like, a solid 0.7. Like, I think if they executed the writing on that character just competently, this would be an 8.7 instead of an 8. And it's this one. This fucking... Her. I don't have nice words. Because they do a multiple personality plotline, and it just does not work, man. It does not work. It does not work at all. It's so bad. Anyways, chat. Yesterday, I read something. I managed to find a villainous story that I hadn't read before that was really good. Like, that's rare as fuck, because I've read most of the good stuff already. But yeah, so it's called Even Monsters Like Fairy Tales.
Control breathing. Start the clock. Rain outlines your fate.
So edgy. I don't know if edgy describes it very well. But it was a very good story. I liked it a lot.
Try and stop me.
getting any purples. What was the story about? It's a story that's it takes a pretty classic subversion of the villainous trope, right? Which is, okay, bro, we need to properly introduce this idea, actually. So, what is the villainous genre?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
Or not genre, the villainous subgenre.
in the world below.
The villainous subgenre originated from the, like, romance slash reverse harem genre. Which traditionally has a well-liked, naive, innocent, kind-hearted protagonist,
Many insects have a compulsion to follow,
who has everyone around her swooning over her,
except we call that light hope.
and who is foiled by a few different types of antagonists, one of which is the villainous. The villainous is a character who is generally pining after one of the love interests and stands in opposition with the kind-hearted and nice and lovely protagonist out of jealousy. But that sort of shit gets old quick, and because of that, the villainous genre, which is a subversion, the villainous subgenre, which is a subversion of this, like, romance genre, that has its main protagonist be that role of the, like, either fiance of one of those male leads or some other relationship with them. They have that villainous as the main character instead. Now, for villainesses, it's generally either an actual villainous, but it's an isekai. So you get reincarnated as the villain. Or it's not an isekai, but the villainess isn't actually a bad person. Because, as it turns out, engaged men openly flirting with another woman
The light, and humans are the same. Except
is kind of mean and cruel, actually. Which makes for a pretty easy setup, even for a fairly straightforward story that isn't a reincarnation one. Anyways, that's my introduction to the villainous genre, alright? Even Monsters Like Fairy Tales is a story that's a slight subversion on this genre, where instead of the main character being an actual villainous, the main character is framed as a villainous. The story opens with the main character being basically condemned to exile slash death for bullying the kind-hearted protagonist. Well, not protagonist, but the kind-hearted heroine. Which, don't get me wrong, right? Like, it is a subversion on the trope, but it's a subversion on the trope that's so popular that it became a trope itself. Right? Very, very cliche setting. There are a lot of villainous stories that have this exact premise. What separates even monsters like fairy tales from other stories is not the originality of its plot, but rather the originality and the commitment of its characters. There are 3 main characters, or I guess there's 1 main character and 2 supporting characters that are important enough to make it into the main cast. The actual main character, Sylph, who has gotten exiled slash put to death, whatever, basically abandoned in the woods. The heroine who framed her, Kana, and the monster king of the neighboring nation, Faber. Does the cover? Sure. And honestly, all 3 of those characters are incredibly original and honestly fucking amazing. It's a manga? I know, it's not a manhwa, it's a manga. Is the manga completed? No. But honestly, the latest chapter could be a nice, like, breaking point for an ending. I like this story a lot because all 3 of the main cast are actually very interesting. The main character, Sylph, is a character that's not really interested in revenge. Which isn't that original of a trait, right? But usually, villainous stories, or not villainous stories, but like banishment stories, right? Where a character gets framed for something they didn't do and they end up being kicked out of their party, country, role, job, whatever. Very often there's there's characters that like aren't interested in the revenge, but the story kind of frames things in a way where they end up getting revenge. And you get to feel satisfied about the revenge without needing to sully the character's personality as a like evil revenge-driven character, right? They try to have their cake and eat it too. And the way they approach things here is actually just amazing. She's a character that isn't defined by revenge, but I mean, I don't want to get into spoiler territory. But shit goes kind of balls to the wall. The second member of the main cast, right? The monster king that found her in the forest, right? Is not a misunderstood love-struck fool. He is an actual fucking monster. And not like, ooh, cold Duke of the North type monster, like actual fucking genocidal maniac type monster. And I can't say basically anything about the heroine, like the antagonist, without getting into spoiler territory. But you guys should read it. It's a good read. It was very pleasant. I liked it. I hope you guys will enjoy it as much as I did. Probably should have. Actually, no. I didn't need to do anything. Yeah, anyways. Also, chat! I don't know if you guys remember, but the last time I talked about Your Eternal Lies, I was angry because Your Eternal Lies wasn't on my anime list. It got added to my anime list since. It's there now. And that actually gave me the push I needed to start ranking the stuff I've read on my anime list, not just the stuff I've... Hey, we got purple. Nice. Not just the stuff I've watched. So I've ranked a few things. I didn't go through all the things I've read because that will take a fucking long ass time. But I went through Berserker's Battle Mask. I went through the list of top manhwas on my anime list, and I ranked the stuff that I remembered well enough to have a strong opinion on. Purple. No purple. That's fine. What happens with the Flins burst combo? It's not 3+2 for the small hits and big hit, it's 4+1. So it does a lot less damage than I thought. Well, that's fine. I don't have enough for this thing. Like the next one. But at least I can make this one.
Weather like this is.
I know if you said it in streams before, but why don't you use any list? I don't
Here.
know. There isn't a particular reason. I wonder if getting it to 80 is going to be enough. It could be, honestly. Should we go try again? I guess it's probably going to be pretty dependent on how good our cards are. Actually, so should we change to Lynette instead of Animal MC? I don't think so. All right.
Care for the dance. Dance with me. Not done yet. Let me read your verse. Know my soul. Rain outlines your fate.
Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
My burst missed? I feel like it just missed. Oh, we just got some super conduct. Holy.
Witness the power. Go back. Know my sword. Preparing for dusk hour. Dance with me.
Midnight vengeance.
The show's over. Excel defensive mode engaged. Let me weave you. Not done yet. Annihilation mode.
As you wish. Journey ends here. Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
Go wild. Rain outlines your fate.
Pound into the ground.
I want to make sure I finish with my burst stuff because I already have my stars on this one.
The golden slumber.
I didn't crit. That's so cooked. I guess it doesn't matter because I already have the stars, but still.
Over here. Wrath from the sky. Try and stop me. Stronger. Dodge this. Frostbite.
I want to make sure I finish with burst here. Like, I definitely could have gotten 3 stars here again if I wanted to, but I want to finish with burst, so it's gonna be hard to do that.
Controlled breathing. Light of the blazing sun. Rise with the sun.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, that's a good card.
Let me leave you first. Rain. Ultimatum protocol.
Hey, that's a very bad start. We're gonna restart that. We're gonna have to restart that.
Preparing for dust up. Accelerate. Wingblade. Shadow race. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Okay, dude, fuck you. Fuck you.
Annihilation mode.
Just do the. Oh my god.
Defensive mode.
I fucking hate this chamber, man. I hate these enemies in general. They suck.
By royal decree. Ultimatum protocol.
Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do, man. They just refuse to group. Just accept that they're not gonna stay grouped. Take the L. Move on. I guess.
Midnight vent.
That's not what I wanted to do, but it's fine, I guess.
Installation chamber deployed. By royal decree. Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. Annihilation mode. Cleanup sequence initiated. Wingblade. Preparing for dust up. Witness the power for what? Prepare to be blown away. Installation chamber. Oz reveal. Annihilation mode.
Midnight vent.
Ring cutter. Cleanup sequence initiated. Rain outlines the ultimatum protocol.
That was not that bad, actually. But I forgot what's here. Is it Wayob? I think it is, right?
Quick as a flash. Let's
This. Oh, so sorry.
pyroclastic surge.
I think I didn't crit. fucked up. Never mind, we got it! Let's go! Wait, that was actually fucking free. Wait, it's only 36 starred. Yo, let's go! Yo, let's fucking go! Easy clap. How old is the account? It is just over 2 months old. Is that Moiga C0? Do you really think I could be hitting 800k ults with Eon-san, Lynette, Kaya? If it was C0 Maoika? With R1 title shadow? It is not. It's C2. Someone asked for the Nefa build. She's on Cinder City, not because Cinder City's good, but because, unironically, my best rainbow set is just all Cinder City pieces. Right? Like, you can see this is a pretty good piece. You can see this is a pretty good piece. You can see this is a pretty good piece. This shit is insane. Like, what the fuck do you mean 18% crit rate? And then this is my off piece. It's actually my worst artifact. JACal build, look inside, scrolls, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have multiple characters on scrolls in this team, yeah. Is my Fischl? No, Fischl's on 2-piece codex. With a 5 Orbo. Insane. Holy. But like, yeah. This is my Inefa stat line. Not bad. Show the Maoika build. I've got this. This is good stuff. The Sands is a little bit pathetic. The Goblet for a crafted piece is not awful, but pretty dog shit, actually. Like, that's double min roll and then triple low roll. No, it's not triple low roll, but it averages low rolls. Then I've got this, which is kind of funny, but it's, yeah. This is my overall stat line. I took her crit rate lower because I needed to reach to the damage breakpoints on the ult. I think the build she's usually on just uses a crit rate circlet and takes the L, except slight overcap. Usually on this as well. Was it this one? I don't remember. No, I think I was just fine with this. Is it planned to keep Title Shadow R1? I don't know. Like, I just kind of feel like it's a waste of time to refine it. It's not like the refines on Title Shadow are going to be the difference between clearing content and not clearing it. So at that point, why would I bother? Will we pull for Shilone in the future? I don't intend to on this account. At least not right now. Like, Shilonen does not make my best teams right now. Well, okay, that's not true because I currently don't own Bennett, but like, once I get Bennett, Shilonen doesn't make my best teams. Like, right now, I have 2 teams that I'm setting up for. I have my Mawika team and I have my Flins team. I don't have Flins yet, but I pulled for Inefa because I'm gonna go for Flins, right? Neither of those really care about Shilonen. Shilonen is good with Mawika, but I have Eon-san C6, which means that Shilonen is just a quality of life slot. She's not an actual good slot. And it's definitely not worth a 5-star pull over Sitlali, or Sitlali Constellations, or Mawika Sig, or a lot of other things, basically. What con is your Eon-san? She's like C12 on this account. How lucky were those pulls? I mean, you gotta understand, I went for C2 Mawika. I did 300 pulls on the Mawika banner. Getting C6 Eon-san is actually gonna happen to more than half of the people that do this many pulls. The fact that I only got 2 Xianglings in 300 pulls is way more unlikely than me getting over 6 Eon-sans. Anyways. Oh, I want to do my setup for my gadgets. I want to add this thing. I've never used it before. I don't know how it works.
Exploration and trials.
You just like go here and press it?
Right up my alley.
Oh my god, that's crazy. That's kind of insane. What the fuck? Yo. Three point oh feature? This is the first time I've ever used it. First time in my life I've used it.
Rise with the sun. Rev the engines.
Oh. I got it? I didn't get the one I really wanted though. Which is the one that's all the way over there. Is it possible? it's possible. Whatever, man. GG. Wait. Before I keep going with this, I need to check. Okay, fuck you. To check something.
Would you care to sit?
Oh. Lord! Are you here?
If you ever have
Unblock me. Fine. Fine. Um. Wait, no. DJ, send me a friend request and come speed up my teapot.
would you care to sit?
Oh, is that trust rank 9? It's crazy. Plus 60 primos, huge.
If you ever have
Actually, let's
would you care to sit?
switch realm style so we can go do stuff directly. Select set, take, save. Wait, actually, before we do that, oh. Request sent, alright. They also I accidentally hit F2 off stream yesterday, so we lost our F2 prompt.
Would you care to sit?
GG.
If you ever
It's on the queue list already. Okay. These teapot spirit rank reward. Was that the thing I got already? Is it the thing I just got? And join because you're placing furniture? Okay, try again.
would you care to sit?
It is. Huge. I know I'm gonna need this one then.
If you ever have
Still can't? Oh. It's loading, I guess. GG. Maybe if I leave, it'll update properly. Press J for faster loads. True. Are you able to join now, DJ? Might as well use this opportunity. You need to go to the pond? Really? Huh. No, it's because it still says that I'm placing furnishings. Alright, whatever. I'll just fucking finish doing this.
Would you care to
Giving up.
if you ever
So we look at sets. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What? Oh. Can I not have two things queued? No? Well, that's really stupid.
would you care to
What the fuck? We need fir and birch. Let's just fucking make it, man. Now that our queue is done, we
if you ever
can queue something else. Why is it still placing shit, dude? Whatever. Alright. And now, what do we need? Oh, we need, like, nothing. Just 3 more fir wood. Might as well just do that. Alright. And then I just need these 2 to get sped up. And then I can add 2.
if you ever
Which one do we go for next? I can't do this one. I mean, I'll have to get to it eventually anyway, so I might as well just do this. What is the thing I need to do to obtain it? Wait, it's not one of these. Oh no. Is it on the next level? That's fucked.
confining themselves to the heavens. God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
It was there? Oh, was it? Okay, never mind then. Alright, this is fine for now. I'm pretty sure I'm not at 20k.
Would you care to sit?
But I'll go double check just in case. Oh! We're not loading anymore! DJ! Come speed me up! I don't even know how you speed things up. Did you do it?
Would you care to?
You did. Huge. Thank you. Wait. Yeah, for the next one, I'm gonna need bamboo, pine, and fir.
If you ever.
Fuck out. Thank you for your help. There's a new thing, but it doesn't give more things, so I can't be bothered. Okay. Did I get any new stuff for inside as well? No one telling me to just double click for more. I did not. Anyways, we can maybe keep buying stuff. Let's go back to the other Realm Depot. Not Realm Depot. Why do I keep calling it Realm Depot? It's Realm Style. No, not what I want to do. And now, what we want to do is we want to go through all the sets. Right? And figure out of the things we don't have, how many are things you have to purchase directly. So I'll just... None of these are direct purchases. Slanted meandering wood.
Would you care to sit? If you ever.
Need to place one on the other one. What about inside? Is there any things we have to purchase directly inside? Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Roll blueprints. Not here. Oh, I have this set. Wait, I'm an idiot. I should be looking at these. Oopsie. No. 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 I think I checked this last time, but I need to double check anyways. Yeah, no. These are all just buying the blueprints and then making them. There's nothing left that I can just directly buy that's gonna be efficient to use. I guess there could be more.
Would you care?
Like if I'm being fully efficient with my stuff, what I should do is I should actually buy all of the sets. Where are sets again? Are they here? Yeah, they are. At least the ones that are discounted, even if I don't have the characters for them. I'll wait for the other ones since they're not discounted. But then I'll just look at the new sets and see if there's any other stuff I can purchase directly.
If you ever had.
I didn't learn them. Why do you have that extra step of having to learn them even? That's so dumb. Whatever. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff we have to buy for this. A theater's dream of flowers. We can just bunch purchase those, because we'll get a Kave eventually, so it's not a waste.
Would you care?
This thing. I can only buy 3 a day. Cooked! Or 3 a week, actually. Wow, that's actually so cooked. Hey, I need to start buying. I need to buy those every week. No, it's every day. Never mind. It's not. Okay, never mind.
If you ever.
Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I can't use the like direct purchase thing, like this thing, because it's also gonna buy the blueprints. I wish you could click on this and like remove the things you don't want to buy. Waiting stones. The 2 pink trees. Red glaze. Meditation stone.
Would you care to? If you ever.
And I think that I actually got those, right? Oh, I forgot about Hot Spring white stone. Then Wandering Bird and Vermilion Enjoyer.
Would you care to sit down and join me for...
Whitestone, Wandering Bird, Vermilion Enjoyer.
If you ever have...
Replica of Theater's Glory. I purchase these. Oh my god, we need so many of these. What the fuck? Longing in the Tranquil Court. Prolongation Medium.
Would you care to...
Where's the Theater's Glory? Wait, no, these are blueprints. I don't think it's in this page, though. Ah, it's here.
If you ever have...
Alright, we keep going. That was this one, right? Yeah. I already bought the ones I could. Wait, I just outright have this set. Huh. Plus 20.
Very diverse. Excellent. Don't worry.
Easy clap. That's it for the outside stuff. There's probably going to be a little bit of inside stuff too, though. So let's go take a look. Nothing we can buy here. Nothing we can buy here. Nothing we can buy. Maybe there isn't inside stuff. It looks like there might not be any inside stuff, chat. What the fuck? I don't have a single one of the blueprints for these. That's funny. Yeah, there's no inside stuff. Which means we have run out of things we can purchase to put in the teapot directly. I don't think that's enough to get to 20k, so I don't think we get to 20k today. Like, we could buy more stuff, but I don't want to just spend coins for the sake of spending them. Right? The only reason why I'm buying these things is because they increase my adeptal energy, but they are also things that I'm going to have to buy at some point anyways, right? So it's not a waste. almost said I could fucking double click, but I cannot double click. It doesn't let me. Oh, but at least I can click on the thing itself, I guess. How close are we? 1K away? Can't really make it there.
Would you care to...
I guess it'll wait. It will wait. It'll have to wait. That's okay. Let's get a little bit of bamboo real quick. We're gonna have to get some at some point. I'm about to get oinked. Oh wait, is this not? Oh, this is the wrong waypoint, isn't it? It's this waypoint. Alright, I'm about to get oinked. Oinked. Yeah, bamboo is like insanely easy to gather. Holy. Yeah, this gadget is actually doing so much work for bamboo. My god. I don't need to get all the trees, but I might as well go for the big clusters. Can I use this in combat? I can't. Well, couldn't fucking aggro me if you didn't want to die. Right, that should be enough. Oh. Should I do the Yelan event? I don't really want to look at the story, though. I don't really want to do story stuff. It's quick. It's short. Just skip through it. Alright. I'll skip through it then. The story sucks anyways. Based.
Ooh, looks like she's,
Well, Officer Edler, after all that work, I think we've got them this time. Might take a few
Why does the dice look so
I'm just glad we
out of place?
down these crook. Don't forget to take some.
Like, that looks drawn on, you know?
oh, looks like Yella...
Ah, another pleasant. Excuse me. A part of your finest Now, judging by the. Oh, more
Oh
than
well.
that, I'm sure.
Tis what it is.
Well, those tend to be the Mora laundry.
Laundry?
In layman's terms. So you cover your and this merchant's front of choice.
fine art and antique auctioneering. He buys goods for then when the items. This process allows him to. That's to be expected. Liu goods. So instead of.
Okay, but if you go to the auction, wait for him to.
Not a bad plan. If you were the map.
Even if you track.
It's not just a matter of tracking down the. So the most. You start small.
Wait.
Right you are. Working with those spies just now were his most important agents. The first is they're under. They think keeping. But little do they know. While their attention's fixed. So, I'm curious how you take to this.
Yeah, we kind of stumbled into this whole thing, but now we're apart. Let's do it!
I admire your. Let me be the one to look at. Getting started is always the hardest part, but the dark finance. And I think I know.
You guys said this was quick. It looks like there's so many quests. One hour max? Okay. 1 hour of skipping is not quick.
All right.
Is there gameplay in this event? Or is it just questing?
So, we can all agree this is just a
No.
Well.
It's just questing? Oh.
You'd understand.
I don't want to do that then.
Thinking like a top 8. Like I said, we need and to do that.
I'll just do it off stream.
That's why we're here. Pretty good vantage point.
Huh. Guess so.
It's a lighthouse. Let's hear it. Not
He didn't do anything, Zaj just misunderstood it. Okay, to be fair, even they realized their wording was too ass and they changed it to so that it would reflect things better. Like, I refuse to take the yeah. It is not my fault. I refuse to accept blame for this one. I mean, I'll have to use this anyways, so maybe I should use it today for... this. Six point OB is actually. I'll look at the abyss changes in a second. I'll replenish instead of using, because there is a chance that we get it without needing to use all the 60, if we get lucky. That is not us getting lucky, though. Wanna go for R1 Mawika? Because I didn't have enough primos to get R1 Mawika, and I would rather go for... Right now, getting R1 Mawika doesn't really do much for my account. Like, in what way does it help? What's the purpose of getting R1 Mawika? Make the Mawika team a little bit stronger? Is the Mawika team the one that's struggling in Abyss? No. Will the Mawika team be the one that's struggling in Siege and Onslaught once we get there? No. So, like, what's the point? I'll probably go for it eventually. Oh. It says quantity reached. Does that mean we got enough? Probably have one in South Carolina Sens, the better to put Fam on Flins and South Carolina Sens on Inefa, or the other way around. I'm not sure. Actually. I would have to do calcs on both. Yeah, we actually did get enough. Alright. Any Elpers wanna allow me to join their world so we can murder some Fatui agents? You're not world level 9. Sorry, buddy. Player not found. Okay. I have an idea for you. Hear me out, okay? You are going to take 2 characters and you're gonna try your best at somehow killing killing the elite Fatui agent here. And while you do that, I'll be killing all the other ones on the map. And hopefully you're done by the time I'm done. Deal? Deal.
Light it up! Quick as a flash! On my mark! Pyroclastic surge!
Hey, we go purple. Very nice. Where are they again? Okay, you know what? It's fine. You don't have to.
Outdoors. Try and stop me.
Let's move! Step aside!
Red from the sky. Rev the engines.
Another purple? You can't get. Oh, really? You're telling me if he kills it, I don't get the mods? Okay, get it to low HP then. If you want to do it, get it to low HP and tell me when it's low HP, and I'll come.
Control breathing! Start the clock!
Pyroclastic surge.
Can't run from death.
Nice. Low one on me. No, that's not what I mean. Never mind. Never mind. Forget about it. I was talking about the local legend one. I don't need your help for the non-local legend ones.
Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate.
Poor guy is trying his best. I'm sorry. Okay, you can kill it.
Bow your head. Can't run from death.
Bro will never be helping again? Yeah. GG. Oh yeah, might as well use the gadget when I get close to trees, huh?
Full throttle.
stealing tree logs, you bet. I'll steal all of the trees.
Stronger. Start the pyroclastic surge. Full speed ahead. Burn it down. Quick as a flash. On my mark. Wrath from the sky.
Hey, got an instructor artifact. Huge. That C2 Mamika damage is kind of cooked, really? 2-unit team that doesn't have res shred against high power resistant enemies is not doing a lot of damage? Holy. This C2 character kind of sucks.
Rev the engine. Light it up. Stronger. Let's move. Pyroclastic surge.
Alright, that's that. I don't think I have enough, right? We're gonna need another world. Yeah. Any other helpers?
Burn it down. Control breathing. On my mark. Wrath from the sky.
So soon. You can't run from death.
No purple. GG.
Let's move. Light up the blazing sun. Rise with the sun. Stronger. Start the clock. Pyroclastic surge.
Run from death.
Why do you dislike Mawika as a character? Like, in the story? Huh. He's kind of a boring character. Okay, I just got enough. I can see that you are currently in the process of doing the local legend one, and that you told me to come, so I'll come. But the right before you told me, right before picking it up, I already got enough. So that's kind of funny. What? Okay, no shot. Which one is the real one? Didn't see. It's that one.
Rise with the sun.
Will you ever hit the right one? Okay, cool. But I can't. Yes, thank you very much. Bro hit all of the wrong ones before the right one. Thank you, though. So mean to Elper. You're right. That was rude. GG. We got the Jade Wing Spear leveled up. Huge! I guess I also want to level the talents a bit. I don't need to level them up too much, but there's no reason not to level them up just a bit. I have the books. Conflict. Who else is conflict for? Conflict books. Genshin. Verissa. I'm not getting Verissa on this account. For Kachina, Inefa, Ifa, Chaska, Verissa. So I can use them here. The only other character I'm probably getting out of those is Ifa, because I'll get him at some point just from the fact he's a 4-star, but I don't care about leveling his talents. So we can use up all our books on her. Oh, these are a problem though. I get the shield to 6 because it's basically free. This is good enough for now. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back, chat. I want to see something. I want to see how high I can get my Inefa Lunar Charge number to be. If I just try to maximize it as much as possible.
care for a dance? Dance with me! The show's only just begun.
Preparing for dust up.
I'm getting
53k. Yeah. Is that 53k? 56k.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Annihilation mode.
67k. Ooh. 68k. Insane. Holy. Alright. That's funny. No sucrose? I know, man. It's cooked. Fine. We'll get the sucrose eventually. We got sucrose on the Flins banner. Trust. Okay, what's the next step for leveling stuff on this account? I have this where I need it to be. I need this. Oh, I have this. I need these. Right, this is the problem. So I guess next step is weekly bosses. Make sure I do my weekly bosses properly. Yeah. That's just gonna be what the play is. Hope your next 4 stars are sucrose and a 5v1. That's so nice. Thank you. For the Lunar Charge, damage formula is a res component for each contributing character's elements, or for the Lunar Charge tick. It's for the Lunar Charge tick. It's only the Electro res it looks at. Level 90, you're in Efa. I'll do that at some point, but that's not day locked, right? Also, it's kind of annoying because I'm out of these things. I can't even craft any, right? And I don't want to have to use dust if I don't need to. But the boss that you need to farm for Inefa does not drop Electro. It doesn't drop Amethyst. It drops, what, Sapphire? No, Lazurite. Okay, dude. It drops Lazurite. What are all of them called? A gate? This one is Amethyst. Fake. Oh, it's Diamond for the MC, huh? This won't be Emerald, right? Turquoise. Okay. Sure, I guess. What would this one be? No clue, actually. Jade? Jade is light blue? Isn't that shit green? I guess there's different hues of jade. What's this one? Topaz? That makes sense. Is this one gonna be emerald? Yeah, it is. Huh. What's that? Is there a light blue gemstone? Probably, right? Light blue gemstones. Aquamarine, you're right. So true. But tourmaline as well.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Isn't tourmaline green? Is it? It's not on this image, but maybe it is. Okay, no, never mind. Alright, GG. Gem TC, yeah. Anyways, chat, let's yap about Flins a little today. So, unlike what I thought yesterday, Flins' big burst is actually even worse. I don't know if I updated this. Let me just actually skip to something that does have a, like this one. Yeah, okay, I did update it. Be fine then. Flint's big burst is kind of cooked. Right? When you look at the description, right? They updated this. So let's look at the old description. Right? It had lunar charge damage per phase, and it had final phase lunar charge damage. Right? And this says that the first one deals 3 and the second one deals 2. And so the logical interpretation was that it would have been 3 of the small ones and 2 of the big ones. But the way it actually worked was that it does 3 total or 5 total, and each hit is the small one except the last one, which is the big one. Which means, instead of about the 500 motion value that I thought it was, it's actually 300 motion value. The big burst does about as much damage as a small burst.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
But it costs 80 energy instead of 30. In other words, it's really bad. That being said, it can still be worth using sometimes. When? So, if you have infinite energy, the burst is a DPS gain. It's just free damage, right? Because you can use the big burst during the skill uptime. So it doesn't extend your rotation. You just replace normal attacks with the big burst. Right? So if you have infinite energy, it is just worth doing. But another way to look at that is the big burst effectively allows Flins to convert extra energy recharge into additional damage once every few rotations. But that creates a dimension where the weapons that provide him with energy can get a little bit better because that energy can lead to more motion value in total. Because of that, when you go Fav on Flins, it's only like less than 2% behind Shovel. And that's without taking into account the way it reduces your team's ER requirements. But with Fav on Flins, you don't need any energy on Inefa anymore. And if you go Fjords on Inefa or Deathmatch on Inefa, team DPS goes up by 5k. Which means that Fav Flins plus Deathmatch Inefa is better than Shovel Flins plus Kitane Inefa. I'm actually kind of curious as well We do Staff of Scarlet's Hands on Inefa with Fab Flins versus Staff of Scarlet's Hands Flins with Kitane Inefa. They're basically the same. That's so funny. What about Fab Inefa instead? Okay, so there's a problem with that, which is okay. Okay. This is your timeline, okay? This is time 0, and this is gonna be 16, this is gonna be 32, right? These are his rotations. So 20. Right? If you want to use the big burst, you need to do it while he's on field, so you need to include it at some point during his field time, and his field time is 10 seconds. Right? Generally, what your field time looks like is this is Inefa. Then you swap to your Hydro character. I know. Then you swap to your Animo character. Sucrose. Actually, I need to make these a little bit more. It's like 2 seconds. It's like... yeah. Inefa. Then Ino. Then Sucrose. And I'll use a different shade of purple for Flins. Let's make it a little bit darker. And then Flins for like 10 seconds, and then you swap out. Right? And you just repeat this thing here, right? Why is he using Ino in this? It can be anything. I'm just using Ino for now it's one of your Hydro options. It doesn't matter which one it is. Alright, this is what your rotation looks like. If you do this, right? By default, what you need is you need to be able to generate 30 energy. Okay, actually. At this point in your rotation, you use your skill, right? One. And you have until the same time, 16 seconds later, right, for the skill cooldown. After that, you need to use your second skill within the next 4 seconds. Because if it takes you 5 seconds to use your skill, like your like special skill, it then goes on a 6-second cooldown, and you won't be able to get a second one before the skill uptime expires. So you're cooked. But that means you have a 4-second window here before you are forced to use skill, during which you can use burst. Like the big burst. However, say you do that, you use the big burst here. Then, you're going to need to use your next skill before 4 seconds expire, so somewhere around here. E2. And you have 6 seconds to use the burst. Q2. And then you want to use your next E again. And then you have another 6 seconds, even after your skill expires, to generate the energy for the next burst, right? Here's the thing. Generally, all you need is you need to generate 60 energy within this. And if you have more ER, you just bank the extra energy. However, if you use the big burst here, it creates an additional requirement. And that requirement is you need to generate 60 energy instead of within 16 seconds. It becomes within the 10-ish seconds before your next Q2 expires. And also, you need to generate 30 energy in the 6-ish seconds you have between your big burst and the first Q2 expiring. Because of that, you are going to need to reach certain ER thresholds in order for the big burst to be usable at all. If you're not at those ER thresholds, what will end up happening is you'll be at like 55 energy within this time, and you'll end up at 25 energy before your burst expires, and you won't be allowed to use it. And then you're just cooked. Because of that, extra energy is only converted to additional damage if you get it past a certain threshold. You need to reach the threshold that generates 60 energy in between the big burst and the second mini burst. And the problem is that when you're not using a weapon that directly gives you energy in this time period, in like within these 10 seconds, right? Those ER requirements are pretty high. They're like upwards of 200. In other words, if you don't reach those ER requirements, and you're at like, let's say 150 energy recharge, you generate more energy than you need, right? You will be generating more than 60 energy per rotation. But because the timing of your energy generation isn't good, you won't be able to convert that extra energy into extra burst usage. Because using your big burst is going to make you lose out on a mini burst, and because the big burst is the same damage as the mini burst, it's not worth doing. In other words, the Big Burst playstyle is only worth using when you are on a weapon that gives you a lot of energy. Because if you're not on a weapon that gives you a lot of energy, your ER requirements to use the Big Burst are so high that it's just a DPS loss. Right? Now the biggest problem is that Flins' signature weapon is not actually good for this. Because, as you'll notice, this window is about 10 seconds, which means that if the energy refund proc happens here, it'll be on cooldown, and you'll be cooked. It won't happen. It won't happen until after your second mini burst expires. And, like, realistically, on the first rotation, it happens here. But because of the 14-second cooldown, it won't happen until, like, here. And as much as this is usable, it also forces you to stay on Flins for longer, which effectively takes this start of the rotation and brings it further up. It extends your rotation, basically. In other words, the only weapons that properly allow for something like this are the weapons that either provide a fuck ton of energy, like Fav or Engulfing, or the weapons that provide energy at the right moment, like Kitane. Kitane's energy refund happens when your skill hits, which means it always happens right here. It always happens right after you use the Big Burst. Right? In other words, when you use the Big Burst, Flins has two different ER requirements, right? There's the 200 energy over 2 rotations ER requirement, and there's the 60 energy before uptime is over requirement, right? And this requirement on a premium team with Inefa, Sucrose, and for now, let's just say I know, right? You have 5 particles from him, a total of 8 Inefa hits, which is going to be 5 point something particles from her. Let's round it down to 5. 3 on Flins, 2 on the rest. 2 Electro-Resonance procs. Then the 2 on the rest and the 1 remaining Electro-Resonance proc. You battery the Sucrose particles into him. You don't battery the Ino particles into him. Clear particles from HP drops. Clear particles from the Fav on Ino. Energy. Cost. One would be 100. Refund, 0. PR. For this one, it will be 205. And then the 60 energy before uptime is over. During his uptime, he generates his own 5 particles. The 2, the 1. Actually, it's also... I think generally it's harder to get 30 energy before the first burst is over than it is to get 60 energy before the second one is over. But I'm not 100% sure. Oops. $30 energy before first mini burst. This one is going to be 3, 2, 1. But it's very possible that you only end up with 1 enough a particle, and you can also only end up with 2 of his own particles. Alright, so you can see these ER requirements can be fairly high. And why it's cost 100, because it's 200 energy over 2 rotations if you burst every other rotation. But here's the thing, right? If you, instead of doing every 2 rotation, you do every 3 rotations, the ER requirements become 178, but now we can stick to this, I guess. But okay, I guess for this one we'd still be fine. If you want to do it every 4 rotations, if you're at 160 ER, I mean, even if you're at 170 ER, it would be enough energy to burst every 4 rotations without a problem. But there's no moment where you can use your burst, because if you use your burst, you won't have time to generate 60 energy again, because you're not reaching this ER requirement. Similarly, right, if you try to burst every 3 rotations, but you get the signature that refunds 12 energy, at 160 ER, it's not gonna work, because the refund could end up happening outside of this window. And if it does, you're cooked. Why do we need to reach 60 energy before uptime is over? Because his mini burst costs 30, and if you want to use 2, you need 60. And if you reach energy after the uptime is over, it means you didn't use the burst. It means you lost the mini burst. It's GG. But yeah, what that means is that if you're not at this 176-ish ER, that extra ER past the 120-ish you need for just the mini burst does nothing. If you're at 140 ER, that extra energy is wasted completely. But if you get to this requirement, it stops being wasted. And then for Ketane, it's a 12 refund? No. Yeah. It's a 12 refund, but it's a 15 refund during this uptime. Which means with Ketane, you probably just go for an additional burst every 5 rotations. and build 10% more ER. Might be wrong, but I don't think his weapon procs off field. That would make it even worse, if that's true. Because that means the weapon is always going to proc right before you use the big burst. That would be really bad. Yeah. Well, no, maybe not actually. If it only works on lunar charges that he's a trigger for, okay, maybe that's fine then. Maybe you can get it reliably then. Alright, wait, no, it looks like you can actually, now that I think about it. That does make sense. Flins ER is like speed tuning? Dude, you're actually so right. Flins ER is the Genshin equivalent of speed tuning. You're so right. You're actually so right. You're so right. So, your two options here are either you don't have to build any ER on Sig instead of the 20-ish ER you need, or you build 40 ER and you add a big burst every 4 rotations. Those are your main two options. So let's actually add them separately. 23% less ER requirements probably does lead to slightly better stats, but probably not much better. So let's say you get 1 roll of attack and 1 roll of crit. And then we'll also have Blood Soaked with Burst. And it's not going to have those extra stats. Instead, you need to build about 15 more ER. Which is probably going to cost you about 2 rolls. So we do minus 5% attack and minus 6.6% CV. But in exchange for that, you get a burst every 4 rotations. And if we look at both of those options, this is 130.9, this is 133. So it seems like the high ER with extra burst is slightly better than the low ER without extra burst with these assumptions, but it's very assumption reliant. All right, then without this, it's 176. With engulfing, you reach this, you just burst every other rotation. It is 0.5. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but we gotta change shit for some of the other weapons. So first, characters, weapons. Okay. What's the ER requirement for 5 lengths to burst every 2 rotations? 164. So we need like 10% more ER. That's worth it. Probably. That's probably like 1 roll. I just realized I have to do this separately. Favelins. Two every 2. Detain. I'll also have to change. Ketane. What are the options for Ketane? Do you get a 15 refund here? So the ER requirements to enable this is around 130. But yeah, okay. Probably just burst every 5 rotations. Okay. Detain with burst. About 10% higher ER requirements. So let's say minus 5% attack. And burst per rotation is 0.2. Otherwise, there's Scoured Spine. Yeah, Scoured Spine is probably not worth. You need so much ER with Scoured Spine. How the fuck do we do this? Right, because we get... Actually, it's not that much more, because the spine itself gives you, what, 36? 37? And so the added ER requirements is actually only about 3 rolls of ER. Let's say 1 roll of attack, 1 roll of crit. And with these ER requirements, how often do we get a burst? Every 3 rotations. $112. Okay. But yeah, I think that makes sense. Better than Fav? No. It's slightly better for his personal damage, but Inefa gets to go on a damage weapon if you go Fav. So your team DPS is higher with Fav. Explain how you get those numbers, like 1 burst per 3 rotations. The amount of energy we get from particles is fixed per rotation. In order to figure out what our ER requirements to burst every X rotations is, it's always 60 per rotation plus 80 per X rotations. And so, if I want to burst every rotation, I need to generate 140 energy, which is 287 ER. Not happening. Every 2 rotations, 205 ER. Every 3 rotations, 178 ER. But also, I need to generate 60 energy during his uptime. The baseline ER requirement for this is around 176, which means that on non-ER weapons, building to burst every 4 rotations doesn't work, because at 164 ER, you won't generate 60 energy before your uptime is over. So burst every 4 rotations doesn't work. But on other weapons, it might. Right, so like on Ketane, for example, you get 15 energy from the weapon passive, which means that the ER requirement to burst, or to reach that 60 energy before it's Jover, is around 130. You get about 12 refund per rotation, which means that on Ketane, you're going to burst every 3 rotations, you need 153 ER, so you can try to go for that. You want to burst every 4 rotations, you get 139, you can try to go for that. You want to burst every 5 rotations, 131, which is pretty much the same as this requirement. So Ketane allows you to capitalize on your big burst even when you don't have that much ER. Right? On their weapons that don't give you energy, ER between 125 and 175 is completely worthless. There's no practical difference between a Flins with 125 ER and a Flins with 150 ER. Because if you use the big burst during your uptime, you won't generate 60 energy so that you can get your second mini burst before the uptime is over, and you're just cooked. But yeah, Fab has a similar thing where the Fab particles plus the substat is enough that this is trivial to get if you have an R5 Fav, R4 or R5 Fav. And then the ER requirements to burst every 4 rotations or 130. Every 3 rotations, 140. Every 2 rotations, 164 here. But since we're already assuming that your default artifacts need to have 25-ish ER for his base ER requirements, and the 5 gives you 30.6, you're basically starting at 155 with the same artifacts. So in order to burst every other rotation, you only need to get 2 more rolls of ER. Whereas you're already like over 10% above the ER requirements to burst every 3 rotations. How good is engulfing ER sands? Engulfing ER sands is bad because engulfing attack sands is already enough. Engulfing attack sands is already enough to burst every other rotation, and you can't burst every rotation. Because your burst cooldown is 20 seconds and your rotation length is 16. So you can't burst every rotation. That's just not happening. So the big burst is not in addition, but instead of the small ones? No. You get the big hit. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, no. You want to get the big burst and the small burst. If you ever lose a small burst, the big burst isn't worth doing. Like, even just in terms of damage per field time, damage per, like, anything, the big burst is worse than the small burst. It's just that the small burst can only be used twice. So any energy generation past what you need to do 2 small bursts gets wasted by default. Think of it this way, okay? Flins' big burst is like, Flins' small burst is like getting the 5-star you want. On a banner. Okay? Like, that's the main thing you're going for. And how do I explain this actually? Eh, whatever. I can't be bothered. Can you get to do 1 mini burst plus big burst every rotation with Shalom and C2? No. Wait, why would you want to do 1 mini burst plus 1 big burst? What is the point? Because, like, because it's more damage than 2 mini bursts. I mean, I suppose technically it is, because 309 is higher than 298, but like... Does the big burst not put it on cooldown, or does the mini burst have a separate cooldown? It has a separate cooldown. It's like Versa. Alright, like...
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky!
I do my big burst, and then I enable the mini burst. As you can see, the cooldown, like, disappears. And it reappears after my window to use the mini burst is over. It works the same way for Flins. Was this the first intentional Versa burst you've ever seen? I can't. Can C1 Flins use a big burst as well? You don't really want to at C1. Yeah, I should properly adjust these things though. The ER requirements, baseline, go up by about 10% for C1 Flins. So I should lose probably one roll of crits worth of stats. Did I make it so that Blood Soaked gains stats? Yeah, I did. Alright. How does... Okay, yeah, C1 is still slightly better than R1, but it's not that big of an increase. Alright. Of a difference, I mean. Does that make AMC more viable somehow? AMC is kind of dog shit, unfortunately. I mean, EMC is usable. Don't get me wrong. But EMC is fucking impossible to play. Like, it's so fucking hard to play EMC. You could probably at C1 use it every third rotation and omit a mini burst. If you omit a mini burst, it's not worth it. If your big burst costs you a mini burst, it is not worth it at all, ever. Lunar MC in 6.1. True. The big and the burst refers to the cost, not the damage, yeah. Unfortunately, that is the case indeed. We'll pull for either Flins and Llama. I'm actually gonna go for both. I'm gonna go for Flins on the EU account and Llama on the free-to-play. Chat, I gotta go check something real quick. All right. Hmm. Hmm. I guess we need to go update the guide for the new stuff. So, I hadn't. No, I have added electromancy. Yeah, this is fine. We need to change what we say about this though. Based on around 300% of his attack. This is not true. Flins' big burst is, since it has almost the same scaling as the mini burst, his big burst is significantly worse. That does not mean that Flynn's big burst, is never worth using, however, unlike a character like Vrissa. Vrissa rotations often allow for 3 enhanced skills, which could allow for 3 mini bursts, but the team's energy generation is low enough that you would have to go out of your way to generate energy up to 90, let alone over it. Because of that, Vrissa's rotations generally use 2 mini bursts, with extra energy allowing a 3rd mini burst when available. Yeah. Flins, however, does not have a way to use a 3rd mini burst because, unlike Vrissa, he can't use his mini burst outside of the opportunities gated by his skill cooldown. That means that extra energy simply gets stocked up until it's full. Once it is, you can simply open Flins' rotation with a big burst instead of the mini burst. Since the big burst is a much less efficient way to convert energy to damage than the mini burst, additional sources of energy on him aren't as good as they are on Versa, but they are better than on characters that only have one option for their burst. However, in order to actually unlock the ability to use the big burst without losing a mini burst, you will need to generate the 60 energy needed for 2 mini bursts within his uptime window rather than within your whole rotation, including setup. This means that having slightly more ER than necessary isn't actually enough to allow the big burst. This creates a situation where energy past his default ER requirements is useless until it reaches the energy breakpoint to generate 60 energy within his uptime. This breakpoint varies on the weapon, the default breakpoint hovers around 175%, with Ketane and his signature. With Ketane, I don't know, but goes down with. I don't need to have this sentence actually. The default breakpoint hovers around 175, but goes down if he uses a weapon that generates energy. Ketane and his signature Ketane, cross, spear, and his signature weapon, blood-soaked ruins. Have this breakpoint at around 140%. And Favonius Lance has the breakpoint low enough to be trivial. More details on energy will be discussed in the build section. Alright. Rotations. Flins. Only R5 fav? That's actually kind of a good question. What's the breakpoint? I mean, even low refined fav with 1 proc, 150 is still... Like, if you put him on fav on the artifacts that you had on non-ER weapons, you have 150 ER. So it's fine. On NA servers, 6.1% of players use an Electro Goblet on Inefa. That's funny. With Inefa. Okay, so... Flins deals almost all of his damage with his mini burst. As such, the main goal of teams built around him should be to buff those mini bursts as much as possible and use them as often as possible. An additionally, the damage provided. We don't actually need to have an off-field application thing, actually. Yeah, I should also update something for the Flins ER sends. Flins with ER sends basically just gets this, right? How do I have that? Flins ER sends, yeah, that's fine. It should be worse now, right? It's basic. Wait, what? No shot? No. Are you telling me Flins with ER sends is 0.03% better? No. No, you're not. No, you are not! I don't like that! What? I don't know how to feel about this, man. Can you put him on emblem at that point? Fuck no. What the hell? Why would you ever do that? Anyways. I actually need to add a section here. By default, Flins combos involve using his skill twice and a mini burst, then attacking for or until the skill cooldown is back, then using skill and mini burst again. I talked about this a little bit here, right? No, I don't. Okay. When playing what do I want to say about this? However, as long as you use the first skill to enter the manifest flame form, it isn't necessary to immediately use the second skill. Since Flins' energy generation is tied to his normal attacks, using at least one to put the effect on cooldown before the special skill. Allows you to generate a bit more energy. In teams, or in rotations that use his burst, or his big burst, you will generally want to use the big burst after entering the manifest flame form, and before the first special skill. Ideally, after the first normal attack to get that extra particle. Using the big burst before your skill means your skill cooldown starts about 2 seconds later, which will delay the start of your next rotation by about 2 seconds. During Manifest Flame, as long as his special skill is on cooldown, the timing, or the time window to use the mini burst won't end. This means that even if you don't have enough energy to use the mini burst yet, there's no reason not to use the skill. Flins also maintains the ability to use a mini burst even after Manifest Flame expires, as long as it hasn't been 6 seconds since your last special skill. Meaning that if your energy generation goes wrong, you can stay on him for a bit longer and still get your mini burst. Default combo. E. N1. E. Q. I don't actually know exactly how many attacks he gets, but whatever. And 5. E, Q, and 5. Big burst combo. E, N1, Q, E, N1. Wait, no. It's E, N1, Q, N1, E. I'll just change these for ends. End just means you normal attack until the next action is ready. It doesn't matter how many you do, you just spam normal attacks until the next action is ready. Because the amount of attacks that are necessary to get the energy for the first mini burst is going to depend on how much energy you have and which weapon you're using. So, yeah. Cooldowns. Flins' skill cooldown is 16 seconds. Since his since his premium supports are mainly Inefa and Sucrose, and both of those characters can be used in 16-second rotations. Your main it's generally recommended to try to actually execute your rotations in 16 seconds. Characters with longer cooldowns any reason for the N1 after the E? Yeah, the N1 generates particles, the E does not. Right? Normal attack generates particle. What that means is that if you do EEQ, your first particle happens like 1.5 seconds after you've started your Manifest Flame form. Right? Because it's not a particle generation every 2 seconds, it's a particle on a specific action up to once every 2 seconds. In practice, it's going to be like every 2.3-ish seconds, right? So if you get your first one at 1.5, second one will happen around 3.8, third one will happen around 6.1, fourth one will happen around 8.4, fifth one doesn't happen because 10.7, your burst has expired. On the other hand, if your first one happens at time 0, because you do an N1 at the start, you will be able to get your 5th particle before the skill is over. You basically get 1 more particle from adding this N1 in the rotation. It's kind of useful. Characters with longer cooldowns will delay these. Will extend the rotations unless you accept using their longer cooldown abilities only every other rotation. This means that a character like Farina, with her 20-second skill cooldown, is better and 30-second duration is better or will perform better if you only use her skill every other rotation. Is there anything else I want to say about cooldown? Characters with a long skill cooldown that don't have a long duration, like Barbara, will instead become reliant on sacrificial weapons, where you'll use their skill only once, and the cooldown reset effect will allow you to use it again 16 seconds later. Since sacrificial weapons have a cooldown that depends on their refinement level, it means those sacrificial reliant characters will only function when your sacrificial weapon refinement is high enough to allow it to trigger every 16-second rotation, which is only possible at R5. This is kind of making me curious about how good Singto would be versus every other rotation Singto. Oh well. Stop, let him go. But like, it's actually not gonna be bad. Singto, Q, every 2 rotations. The biggest problem is he can't use any of the support sets if you Q every other rotation, because you're not proccing Noblesse, but you're also not applying off-field element, so he can't use the other support set either. Cinder City? I guess you give him Cinder City, but that's so cooked. Doesn't his E apply Hydro? Yeah, but it doesn't deal damage, and the trigger condition for the set is to deal damage. It's not to apply the element. So I think it's deal elemental damage. Instructor? I think he has enough personal damage that Instructor won't be better. Um, 202, 24 plus 46.6 plus 20 from subs. Um, $109 times. I mean, how many do you get? He'll get 50. $336, $382. HP. Can do 2. Rotation length. Crit value. Hydro. So, if you could put him on the same set, V105K. Really? Oh wait, I forgot the hydro damage. Oh. Alright. 107k. Yeah. Him being an attack scaler in this team actually means that you don't cap out the DEI resonance. Which is really funny. Yeah, 5 Great Sword is the same stats as Sack Sword. Then you also doesn't really work. Guess Noblesse, 102. Yeah. Oh well. Let's keep going. Is it better than I know C0? You know, there are questions that you shouldn't ask. Yes, burst every other rotation Singto is better than I know C0. But this isn't something we should talk about. Anyways. Buffs. The fastest Flins's special skill Northland Spear Storm has a 6-second cooldown. If you add the animation time for the normal skill and for the mini burst, it means the shortest amount of time between swapping into Flins and getting the damage from his second mini burst is around 8 seconds. With however, due to his combo flexibility, he will often use the second mini burst around later than that. Because of this, it's generally recommended to use buffs that don't expire until around 10 seconds after Flins can be swapped in. Since VV lasts for 10 seconds, this means you will generally want to swap directly from your Animo or from your buff slot to Flins, meaning you ideally want to use Electro and Hydro characters that have quite a long uptime if they have buffs. Um, what else do we need to say for this? This is the main reason Sarah isn't particularly good. Sarah's buff lasts for 6 seconds, and in order to activate it, you need to swap directly from her to Flins. This forces lower VV uptime, but it also makes it, or it also only allows the first mini burst to be buffed. Since Sarah's buff gets refreshed on each hit of her burst, and her burst lingers on field for about 2 seconds, there may be rotations that allow the second mini burst to retain Sarah's buff from her burst. But this will require very specific timing and good ping. Generally, you want to use your 10-second duration buffs right before Flins, your 12-second duration buffs right before the 10-second ones, and whatever else at the very beginning. This means your general rotations will be open with your battery slot, then the hydro slot, then the buff slot, then Flins. Premium rotation. Inefa EQ. Right arrow alt code. Alt 26. Okay. Inefa EQ. Actually, it's not EQ, it's QE. Because of ketane. I know. EQ. Sucrose. E. Optional additional E. On my Inefa, if I EQ fast enough, it works even with ketane. Ping moment. What's up, Art? Flins combo. Farina rotation. Farina E. Inefa Q E. My Sucrose E. Flins combo. Sarah. Rotation. I know. EQ. Sarah E. I know EQ. Sucrose E. Sarah. Charge attack or Q. Depending on whether you have the Q available or not. Flins combo. Is it recommended to burst every rotation or every other rotation? It depends. They're both viable. Depends on what your artifacts look like and which weapon you're using. Forgot Farina Q? I did not forget shit. There is no Farina Q. Okay, what else? Are there any other teams that we should look at for now? Like any other teams that have rotations different enough that we need to write them down? Oron rotations are the same though. Yelana with Venti 6, it's still the same rotations. It just lasts a bit longer. But the order of abilities is the same. You just replace the I know word with the Yelan word, and that's that. EMC is actually also the same rotation. It's kind of cooked though, but yeah. I think that's it, yeah. Build. Oh boy. Stop priority. The most important stat for Flins is ER. This is actually the case for almost every character in the game. However, ER is only the most important stat until you reach your ER requirements. After which, it is much less valuable. In Flins's case, however, he has two different ER requirements. The first is the ER required to generate 60 energy throughout each rotation. The second is the ER required to generate that same 60 energy, but within his uptime. If you reach the second ER requirement, you unlock the ability to use the big burst when your energy is full, because it won't cost you a mini burst later on. As a general rule, going out of your way to reach the second ER requirement isn't particularly important. However, since ER above the first requirement is wasted unless it reaches the second, as the extra energy can't be converted to damage. Once you start getting enough or obtaining extra energy, it's possible to reach a stat distribution where getting only one extra it means that extra ER rolls in your substats can only be converted to damage if you go out of your way to reach the second requirement. And if you're only slightly below this second requirement, then going out of your way to reach it becomes important. We may finish writing this before his rerun. True! In other words, in the premium teams where the... Yeah, maybe... No, I'll still call it requirement. It's just a requirement for a different thing. Where the basic ER requirement is around 125, and the extra ER requirement is around 175. You don't really care about getting an extra 10 to 15% ER from substats, but if you have that extra 10 to 15% on each artifact, it becomes, or it circles back to being useful. When energy is converted to extra damage, through the extra ER requirement, it makes a roll of ER about as valuable as a roll of attack percent. However, typo in the first line. Thanks. However, if you're already at 160% somehow, then getting an extra 15% ER will give you, will retroactively also activate the extra damage from the 35% over the basic requirement you already had. This means that the extra ER rolls can be worth completely nothing or way more than they should, depending on your specific breakpoints. Outside of energy, Flins's favorite stat is crit. Followed by the first few points of EM. After crit, all that's after crit and ER, all that's left is attack and EM. Because of the formula for reactions, EM is very valuable at the beginning, but gets much worse once you already have a lot. Since Flins gets EM from his own kit, from Inefa, from Sucrose, from the Nod Cry set, and from additional optional buffs. He generally starts with enough to make it less valuable than attack through his gear. Overall stat priority. ER until first, until basic requirement. No. I'll make a list, I think. His overall priority is as follows. First is ER until basic requirement. Second is ER if you're close to extra requirement already. 3 is crit. 4 is attack percent. 5 is EM. 6 is flat attack. And 7 is ER if you're not close to extra requirement. Actually, I should also add ER that doesn't get you to extra requirement. ER that gets you to extra requirement when you're not already close. AKA ER Sands. Prospector's Shovel. I should also have the lunar charge percent somewhere. It's probably between crit and attack percent. Right? I'm actually not sure. If I were to... If I were to take Flins and instead of... remove 50 lunar charge percent, add 50 attack. It's basically the same. Okay. You can also get lunar charged damage, which is effectively, which is equivalent to EM, but since it's simply added onto the EM multiplier, its value doesn't diminish as much at high EM. Prospector's Shovel. Prospector's Shovel doesn't give any of the stats that Flins heavily likes. But, doesn't give Flins the stats he appreciates the most, but it gives a very large amount of the stats he like. Oh, actually, doesn't give Flins the stats he loves, but it gives him a large amount of the stats he likes. It's... Come on, flex your vocabulary. Okay, fine. An obscene amount. There you go. Happy now? For a craftable weapon, the amount of stats provided by R5 Prospector's shovel is so high that it's actually very similar in damage output to a Refinement 1 Battle Pass weapon, despite those weapons providing crit. And Flins using the stats provided by their passes. This weapon is the base weapon assumed in every situation where the weapon isn't specified. Blood-soaked ruins. Blood-soaked. Alright, Flins' sig. Flins' signature provides him with energy, crit, and lunar charged percent. Because the value of the energy depends on your overall stat line, its performance varies a lot. Wait, also, I just realized I didn't have... I want to add ER that goes above the extra requirements. Okay. The chef does all that legwork, and then a motherfucker named Lolly's Pillow doesn't know that Moika's dash can hit enemies. That's so funny. You're right. I know, right? That's crazy. So true. Okay. Let me open the ER requirements. So Okay. If your build is already at the basic ER requirement, the energy refund effect will be completely useless. If you can adjust your build, it can become much better. It generally leads to a basic ER requirement about 25% lower and an extra ER requirement around 35% lower. Since the default, or since the basic ER requirement in his default premium team is around 125, this means you completely remove the ER requirement. The basic ER requirement. However, this isn't as good as it sounds. When you don't need ER, it means that any ER rolls you'll naturally get on your artifacts become worthless. Since the stats on your artifacts are affected by RNG, the removal of a useful stat from your pool of substats on each artifact is a significant hit to the your artifact quality. Requiring 5 less ER rolls generally means that those rolls can be converted to 3 to 5 other substat rolls. However, this is only the case when your ER requirements don't completely disappear. And the amount of useful substats in your pool stays the same. When you remove ER substats from this pool, the 3 to 5 substat gain generally becomes 2 to 3 instead. It's actually more like 1 to 3. This is where the extra ER requirement kicks in. If you have no good artifacts with ER substats, you can run a 0 ER build. And the weapon allows you to reach the basic ER requirement anyways. If you do have good artifacts with ER substats, you can run a build with around 140 to 145% ER. And the weapon allows you, let's just say 140, and the weapon allows you allows you to reach the extra ER requirement that way. In other words, the weapon's energy refund means that you'll only need 3 ER rolls to convert 40% ER to damage, instead of needing to go all the way to the 175 extra ER requirement that is default without that refund. Why are you guys doing a fucking scribble in the chat? I can't. Anyways. Is there anything else I want to say for this? I don't think so. I think that's all. Actually, no. There is another thing I wanna say here, which is because of the variable impact of this weapon, it can be difficult to fully convey how it compares to his constellations. At its best, it can more or less compete with his C1. Actually no. I'll talk about that in the whale section. It's fine. Alright, Fab Lance. Oh boy. Favonius Lance is an abomination. Favonius weapons as a whole are not balanced. The sheer amount of energy provided by the effect is enough to single-handedly reach, or provided by the effect and substat, is single-handedly enough to reach the extra ER requirement, and then some. Actually, that's not entirely true. Assuming you're using the same build as you would on non-ER weapons. However, this assumes an R5 Favonius Lance. In order to trigger the... What's the name of the effect again? Windfall. Effect twice per rotation, its cooldown needs to be below half of your rotation length. With 16-second rotations, This only happens starting at R4 with a 7.5 second cooldown. Okay, below R4 with only one trigger. The value provided is much lower. Everyone left to play. Alright, I'll get you guys back by doing the stall. Everyone come back. We're doing Wordle. We stare. We pound. Actually, do we pound? We don't pound. We mouse. We... We issue. Oh! Okay. 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 I don't know. It's not alarm. Player. That's not how you write mics. Like for microphones. But is it mics? Dude. What? No. No. Mics is M-I-C-S. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You can't tell me that this is how you write mics as an abbreviation for microphones. No. No, 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 no. No, no. 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 I'm not okay with that. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Disgusting. Let's try... When did Dory come out? Oh, cooked. It's a Sumeru character, released after Nahida. either bow, Parazon. Yeah. All the components looked intact. Easy. Is that Kea burst? Yeah. 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 The Gerillo Ice character. Oh. Pilla. In the obscure prophecy of a dream, a star from the heavens has enlightened my path. What? What? Prophecy. Maybe it's... Maybe there's a prophet in one of the new characters. Like... Glu glu glu. No. I have no clue, chat. I'm, like, actually cooked. Like, I'm, like, so cooked. I have no clue. No clue. This sounds angry. This sounds angry. Who the fuck is angry? I know Shui's angry, but it doesn't sound like Shui. Could be Hanya. Maybe? It doesn't sound like what Jiggly would sound like. I'm gonna guess Anya, but I'm not sure. Yeah! The 14 streak has survived. Oh, right, I forgot. I lost this streak yesterday. Oh! No! I don't know what this is, just... Oh, that's Hook. Emojis. Eye. Night. Balance. Hmm? Time. Oh, right. That's a character. Ben. Not a Ben day. It's never a Ben day, chat. GG. Alright, that's okay. We'll take a Piper. Angle time. Oh my, what a, dude, that's so fucking small. So, this is 90. This is 45. That's like 14. 16? 15. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder. I feel like I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. The... I don't know. The Boy and the Beast. Huh. Dude, which old mecha anime is that? Is that Gundam? I'm just gonna go for the name clue, man. Oh, it is not Gundam. Or maybe there's a Gundam with an S or an M. Mobile Suit Gundam. Maybe. What about S? Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. That's gotta be this one. It was not. It was Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Fuck, man. I got cooked. I got cooked. Wrong 4-letter word. Whatever, man. Is that Aqua? That does not look like Aqua, man. I don't remember what this is from. Yeah, I didn't remember that shit, dude. Okay, well, that's, fuck. Dude, I forgot the name. It's like... Puh something. That's probably Classroom of the Elite. Pack. Pack? That can't be real. That can't be real. It's definitely Puck. Okay. Yeah, there's no shot that's Pack, dude. Okay, well... That's from, That's from Bungo Stray Dogs. It's the guy that's, like... real strong and shit, but I don't remember his name. Wait, I auto-completed to the wrong one. That one is not my fault. I should be 500 higher. GG. It's fine. Recent manga received better than Baki. Chat, do you guys have any guesses? Any guesses for this one? Naruto. Recent? Better than Baki? Done. Sure. Okay. Recent comedy, worse than Dandadan, older than Dandadan. Not action. Kaguya? I wonder if Kaguya-sama is lower than Dandadan. It is, okay. It is a rom-com from 2019, but it is not Kaguya-sama. Grand Blue? Was Grand Blue received more poorly than Kaguya-sama? It was not. Okay, that's what I thought. The quintuplet one is 2019. There is no shot it's higher than a 7.3. Fruits Basket? Fruits Basket isn't a comedy, though. Rascal? Armia? Danger is in my heart? No. Every time we do the any guesser, someone says fruit basket, so he just shits on it and I will not stand for it. Listen, okay? Quintuplets? I mean, maybe it is, dude. It was. 7.6? Is it actually good? I feel like there's no shot it's actually good. No? Okay. It's trash? Okay. Why is it giving incest? I mean... yeah, I will say... the quintessential quintuplets tagged with harem definitely is giving incest a little bit. That's a good point. That's a good point. Alright. I think I've heard this before. I'm not sure. That's a high school setting anime? No shot. Haikyuu? Is that Haikyuu? Really? No way. Really? It is. What the fuck? How the fuck do you write it, man? Okay, whatever. That's Haikyuu? Really? That's crazy. Nah. Dude. That is the most isekai opening I've ever heard. Like, Fantasy Adventurers Guild isekai. Or Banished from Party adventure story. It is not. What is this? What the fuck is this? I have no clue. Huh. That definitely looks normal. Some fob anime type shit. Okay. Hmm. Kind of fell off. What the fuck? What was that hand? Bro had yaoi hands for a second there. What the fuck? What is this, dude? I don't know what this is. Okay. Oh, that was... dude, we have not been doing well on the AnyGuesser lately. Man, that's cooked. Alright, GG. Vonis Lance, unlike other weapons, is only good when you use the rotations that allow the big burst. As the weapon that generates the most energy for Flins, and by far at that, it becomes fairly easy to use the big burst every other rotation. Which makes up for the lack of basically any offensive stats, and makes it compete in terms of personal damage with the shovel. Unlike any other weapon, however, Favonius Lance also reduces the ER requirements for the rest of the team, which can allow you to use non-ER weapons on Inefa and still get her burst every rotation. Okay. Because of this, Favonius Lance R4 Plus is Flins' best free-to-play weapon, or 4-star weapon, in many scenarios. However, the gap isn't that large, and Favonius Lance is the best and most contested 4-star weapon in the game, meaning you should only consider it if you have many copies already. Doesn't our 5 proc 3 times? No. Because you're not on the field for like 13 seconds. Alright. Staff of Scarlet Sands. EM provided by effects that scale with a stat does not get converted to attack through Staff of Scarlet Sands' effect. This means the EM provided by this means the 160 EM from Flins' Ascension passive, the around 120 to 200 EM from Inefa's Ascension passive, the around 140 from Sucrose's Ascension passive, all get ignored by this weapon's effect. Despite that, since Flins still receives a flat amount of EM from his artifact set, the Nod Cry support set, and his substats, Staff of Scarlet Sands has a useful effect. With this weapon, you also unlock the ability to use EM main stats. Please stops. Thank you. Instead of attack percent ones. Right? Because I do Staff of Scarlet Sands. I think I have it defaulted to EM main stat. Minus 187 EM. Minus 187 flat attack. Plus 46.6% attack. I'm an idiot. It seems like it's still better. Go attack main stat. I guess I changed my assumptions a decent amount since I put this in. Flat attack, I had it at 600. 600. Minus 374. 326. 80. Let's just say 240. 250. Yeah. Tag attack seems like it's still better. GG. Alright. But still. It generally still won't be better, but it reduces the gap enough to make it a matter of substats. You're gonna include actual numbers like picture weapon ranking? Yeah, I will. The biggest challenge with this weapon is that the 30% crit rate provided by the Nod Cry carry set along with the 5% base crit rate and 44.1% crit rate from the weapon makes you start above 80% already, which can make it difficult not to overcap. Can you add ketane here as well? Sure, I can add ketane, yeah. I'm gonna add something here. Since that gap is fairly small, this also means that Favonius Lance is worse against enemies that have shields that don't allow damage to go through, such as the Tulpa's shield in the first Stygian Onslaught. Considering these practical issues, despite Favonius Lance being his best free-to-play 4-star weapon, it's generally not recommended over the alternatives unless you just want a reason to see his burst, see Flins's burst animation more often. Alright, Deathmatch. Deathmatch has a fairly weak passive. But actually, that's not even that true. Deathmatch is a fairly straightforward crit stat stick. Ballad of the Fjords has a higher base attack and lower substat with a passive that provides a bit more of a stat that Flins likes a bit less. I'm pretty sure just passives wise. If I replace, right, minus 120 plus 24%, 111, 110, yeah. Deathmatch is generally slightly better, but the lower substat on Fjords makes it easier to stay below 100%. Great. Both weapons are only a very small upgrade at R1 over the craftable, and even at R5 are still within a single digit. Still have are still less than 10% ahead. Contain cross spear. Much like Flins's signature weapon, Contain's value varies heavily based on your ER breakpoints. In the best case scenario, when it's fairly similar to the shovel, but in most cases, it's noticeably worse. I have Ketane with burst. I also want to have Ketane without ER. Contain with burst at 104, contain without ER at 104. But that's assuming you change 5 rolls into 3 rolls. If you get to change 5 rolls into 5 rolls, like almost as good as shovel. Primordial Jadewing Spear. Jadewing Spear at 118. Should I do a full weapon sheet before I keep going? Maybe. I kind of can't be bothered. I'm not going to do a full sheet for now, but I will do a napkin one. We're missing 80. What is the 80? We're missing 120. What is the 120 we're missing from? Oh. There we go. Okay. So we can also collapse these. Yeah. And I guess we can collapse these too. Actually, this we can just delete. This we can Collapse. This we can collapse. Okay. Now we just... We're gonna need to add a bunch of weapons. So, Flins... No. Okay. Weapons. I want to add a Homa. I want to add Vortex Vanquisher. I want to add Calamity Queller. I already have Engulfing. I'll do all of them, actually. Fuck it. At least for the 5 stars. But... Okay, so, Homa. I already have. Okay. Vortex Vanquisher. I'll just say Vortex. 608. Attack percent is 49.6. Plus, we are shielded because of Inefa. 4% attack. 5 stacks. Shouldn't be a problem to get pretty much the full effect, actually. So 40% attack. Say 39. Okay. Calamity Queller. Calamity Queller. 741. And then this, you'll be at... You can get pretty much the full effect. You can just delay your first mini burst. So, equal to 16.5 plus 3.2% times... Let's just say 5. 5 average. And then damage percent is 12. Okay. Crimson Moon Semblance. Is dog shit. Lumidus Elegy. Oh, wait. Uh, 15% attack, and that's it. Symphonist of Sense. 608. 12%. 66.2%. Halo. I'm not going to use Halo. Actually, no, I will. Halo. Do I have it already? Halo on Flins? I don't. Halo on Flins. 608. 24% attack. 66.2. Okay. Okay. So, Shovel. Ketane. Actually, I can't do Ketane normal. I need to do Ketane with burst. Fjords are 1. Fjords are 5. Jadewing Spear. Deathmatch R1. Deathmatch R5. Missive Wind Spear R5. Staff of Scarlet Sands. Blood Soaked. Actually, Fav Lance. Homa. Scoured Spine R1. Scoured Spine R5. Golfing Lightning. Blood Soaked with Burst. Using that one. Vortex. Calamity Queller. I could have just copied actually. This. Finesse of Sense. Halo. Okay. And then I want equal sort by sort this by this -1. It's 2, not 1. An idiot. Wow. This Flins character is there quite a few times, huh? Percentage of shovel. Weapon damage. Percentage of shovel. Want this. Actually, probably want this here. And then That's not what I want to do. Okay, so if we sort weapon percent shovel. Okay. So Homa, Lumidus, Engulfing, Jadewing Spear, Symphonous of Sense, Halo are all like within 3%. Why is Lumidus good? It's not. But it's a stat stick that gives 15% attack, so it's okay. Roll down? Sure. Why is Deathmatch so bad? It's not bad. But it's only 5% better than the shovel because the shovel's really good. Engulfing better than Jadewing Spear? Yeah, but it kind of depends. Like, if I really want to be fully honest, alright, what I actually need to do is I need to add Jadewing Spear with Burst. And it's going to be the same stats as Jadewing Spear. But we lose the attack sands. Because we go ER sands instead. And we burst every 3 rotations. And this is probably slightly better. Right, because Jadewing Spear is 118. Jadewing Spear with burst. Oh, it's not, it's 117. Ooh. I was wrong, chat. I was wrong. I was wrong! It's not better. Huh, I'm kind of surprised. I expected it to be slightly better. I guess not. Fuck, why the hell is Nick live? Anyways, I think I'm done for now, though, so we might as well just fucking go raid his ass. Everyone go say hi. Try not to bring up the leakers stuff. You missed the torch, isn't it better than shovel? It's not. Well, it can be. It kind of depends. Anyways. Permission to Mpreg? Sure. Sure. Everyone, go say hi. I'll see you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow.